Mission Control in Houston in the International Space Station Flight Control Room. You are looking at a view of the Poisk module on the Russian side of the International Space Station's Russian segment, in which two Roscosmos cosmonauts, Station Commander Sergey Ryzhikov and his fellow cosmonaut Alexey Zubritskiy, are suited up in their Russian Orlan spacesuits, ready to open the hatch and begin what is planned to be a 6.5-hour spacewalk to install science experiments and other hardware on the outside of the International Space Station's Nauka module, the multi-purpose laboratory module that will be the focus of attention for the work to be conducted by the two Roscosmos cosmonauts throughout the course of the day. This is the second spacewalk for Ryzhikov and Zubritskiy in the past 12 days. They ventured outside back on October 16th to also install science hardware on the outside of the Russian segment. This will be the 277th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, the 5th spacewalk out of the International Space Station this year, the 3rd for Expedition 73 crew members. For Ryzhikov, again the Expedition 73 commander, this will be the 3rd spacewalk of his career, having accrued 12 hours and 57 minutes of spacewalking time on 2 previous EVAs. For Zubritskiy, this will be his 2nd spacewalk, the first having been conducted with Ryzhikov back on October 16th, logged 6 hours and 9 minutes of spacewalking time. As was the case 12 days ago, Ryzhikov, the lead spacewalker again today, he is designated as EV1, or extravehicular crew member number 1. He'll be wearing the Russian Orlan suit bearing the red stripes. Alexey Zubritskiy will be wearing the Orlan suit bearing the blue stripes as EV2, or extravehicular crew member number 2.
And we are ready to proceed with step.
You'll be hearing throughout the course of the day the interpreted conversations between Russian flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center in the town of Korolyov on the outskirts of Moscow, and the cosmonauts as they work outside. Unlike 2 weeks ago when Ryzhikov and Zubritskiy used the European robotic arm to move about the work sites for their tasks outside of the Russian segment of the station, the European robotic arm will be dormant today. It will not be in use, although one of the tasks at the end of today's spacewalk will be the relocation of an external control panel for European robotic arm operations. The arm itself will remain dormant. The tasks associated with today's spacewalk are fourfold. The first set of tasks is to install 2 units as part of what is called the IPI 500 pulse plasma injector payload. This payload essentially is designed to study the effect of plasma in the low Earth orbit environment that could be useful for the design of rocket engines in the future. The second task will be the cleaning of a window pane on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module, followed thereby by the replacement of a payload cassette and experiment cassette on Nauka for the experiment that was actually installed by Ryzhikov and Zubritskiy 12 days ago. That was the molecular epitaxy experiment, which uses materials, thin film materials, to gather data on the effect of the low Earth orbit environment on such materials. And again, the final task of today's spacewalk, which is projected to last about 6.5 hours, will be the relocation of that external control panel for the European robotic arm on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module. The original plan to jettison some window cleaning tools will not take place today. There will be no jettisons today, because the HTV-X1, the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency cargo craft that launched to the station on Saturday night U.S. time from the Tanegashima Space Center in southern Japan, is well on its route to the International Space Station for a rendezvous and capture by Kimiya Yui and Zena Cardman of NASA, who will be using the station's Canadarm2 robotic arm to reach out and grapple the HTV-X1 tomorrow morning at 10:50 a.m. Central Time, 11:50 a.m. Eastern Time, will be providing live coverage of the rendezvous and capture of the new Japanese cargo craft, which will then be maneuvered robotically to be installed in a common berthing mechanism on the Earth-facing side of the Harmony module of the International Space Station, and thus bolted into place to begin a 3-month stay on the International Outpost. The HTV-X1 is carrying 4.4 tons of supplies and science experiments for the Expedition 73 crew on board the orbital outpost. At this hour, suited up inside the Poisk airlock, Ryzhikov and Zubritskiy, their bloodstreams of any nitrogen that may reside in their bloodstreams that will prevent a condition known as the bends or decompression sickness from occurring when they step out into the vacuum of space. They're pretty much on the timeline for a hatch opening at about 9:20 a.m. Central, 10:20 a.m. Eastern Time to begin that 6.5-hour spacewalk today.
And 250 is the airlock pressure.
The Poisk airlock is in the process of being depressurized in a 2-step fashion down to vacuum. The Russian spacewalks are measured in elapsed time from the moment of hatch opening to the moment of hatch closure, unlike a US-based EVA out of the Quest airlock, which is measured from the time that astronauts place their suits on internal battery power to the time that they begin the repressurization of the airlock following their entrance back into the airlock at the end of a spacewalk. So we'll be monitoring the official start time from Roscosmos and RSC Energia engineers at the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov outside of Moscow, and we'll pass on the start time as well as the end time later this afternoon and provide statistics after the spacewalk has come to an end.
Copy. 150 is the airlock pressure.
At this hour, the International Space Station is flying from southwest to northeast across the southern Indian Ocean, west of Australia, in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator.
Airlock pressure is 130. Copy.
And just to reiterate, as the spacewalk is being conducted throughout the course of the day today, a separate cadre of flight controllers monitoring the progress of the HTV-X1 cargo craft to the International Space Station as it goes through a variety of rendezvous maneuvers to increase its altitude to match that of the International Space Station for its arrival in the neighborhood of the station tomorrow morning.
Autoflow selector handle is off and secured. Okay, EV1 injector is off. EV2 as well. Copy. Current airlock pressure is 90. Copy. 90.
Есть сообщение. Придавление 20 мм, БСС.
EV2 has the message BSS to auto open EVA, 420 mm pressure. Both suits have this message.
Ну, это сообщение, оно может прийти там в диапазоне меньше 100 до 20. Поэтому как...
So you should have this message in the range from 100 to 20. And please let us know once both of you have this message, and then you may switch BSS to auto open EVA. Copy. Suit pressure is 0.37. Copy. 0.36 for EV2. Copy.
Once again, you're hearing the interpretation from the Russian flight controllers there, as you see in this balcony view from a camera in the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow as they converse with Ryzhikov and Zubritskiy, who are suited up inside the Poisk airlock, measuring the pressures inside the airlock as it is currently being depressurized down to vacuum, while the crew is completing its pre-breathe of pure oxygen, which is part of the normal pre-spacewalk protocols.
Airlock pressure is 40, suit pressure is the same. Copy, 40.
Сереж, подсрочки пока нету, да, на экране БСС ВО-20 этого КД.
Sergey, Alexey, you still don't have this message BSS to auto open EVA. We did have it. Not yet. EV2 has it. BSS to auto open EVA.
20 миллиметров по моновостоку.
Okay, then once you are at 20 millimeters, you are go to switch BSS panel to auto open EVA. Copy. Airlock pressure is 30. Suit pressure is the same. Copy.
So the two cosmonauts inside the Poisk airlock have completed their pre-breathe of pure oxygen. As the depressurization of the airlock continues, everything going along very well, and per the timeline, as we track toward a hatch opening and the start of today's spacewalk by Ryzhikov and Zubritskiy at about 9:20 a.m. Central Time.
Good.
25. Copy.
And just to reiterate, the four tasks that are on the docket for the two spacewalking cosmonauts today will be the installation of a pair of payload units associated with a plasma injector experiment. There are two parts to this experiment. The pulse plasma injector experiment refers to a scientific instrument designed to inject pulsed plasma into space for experiments on geophysical effects, essentially trying to gather data to see whether or not such an instrument can be effective in improving jet engine or rocket engine performance in low Earth orbit.
Now
the two cosmonauts will be cleaning a window pane on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module. We'll be replacing an experiment cassette on the newly installed molecular epitaxy experiment that was installed and is operating normally on the Nauka module that was installed during the last EVA 12 days ago by Ryzhikov and Zubritskiy. This payload cassette has accumulated quite a bit of data and is being replaced with a new cassette today by the two cosmonauts. They will also wrap up the spacewalk later today by relocating an external control panel for the European robotic arm on Nauka on the multipurpose laboratory module. The European robotic arm will not be in use today. Oleg Platonov, the other Roscosmos cosmonaut who assisted in suiting up Ryzhikov and Zubritskiy about 2 hours ago, is the robotic arm operator, but he will not be using the arm today to transport the cosmonauts to their work sites, as was the case 12 days ago.
Copy. Going all the way to 12.
давление 12.
Airlock pressure 12.
Закрывайте КСД-20.
Close depress valve KSD2. Copy. Confirm. Yes, and you go to close KSD2 and then KSD, so KSD2 is closed.
КСД-2.
KSD so closed.
Принято. КСД-100 закрыт.
Closed.
КСД-2 закрыт, верно, Сергей?
KSD2 closed.
Так точно.
Correct? Yes. Both valves are closed.
Выполнять контроль.
Хорошо.
All right.
Текущее давление по мановакуметру на начало контроля.
What's current pressure at the beginning of monitoring on the pressure gauge? Give me the number.
10.
10.
Это 10.
10. Copy.
Принято.
Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. The two Roscosmos cosmonauts who will venture outside of the Poisk airlock shortly, Sergey Ryzhikov and Alexey Zubritskiy, are completing final leak checks on their Orlan spacesuits in the final stages of depressurizing the Poisk airlock down to vacuum in preparation for hatch opening a few minutes from now. Meanwhile, the International Space Station Mission Management Team has just concluded its discussion and has taken a poll, and all positions polled go for the arrival tomorrow of the HTV-X1 cargo ship. The go poll enables HTV-X1 to continue its rendezvous procedures to arrive in the neighborhood of the International Space Station tomorrow morning. Coverage on the YouTube channel will begin at 8:05 a.m. Central Time, 9:05 a.m. Eastern Time, for an expected capture robotically by JAXA astronaut Kimiya Yui, backed up by NASA astronaut Zena Cardman, who will use the Canadarm2 robotic arm to reach out and grapple HTV-X1. That is expected at approximately 10:50 a.m. Central, 11:50 a.m. Eastern Time. HTV-X1 will then be maneuvered to the Earth-facing side of the Harmony module to be installed in a common berthing mechanism, basically a docking port, where it will be bolted into place for its 3-month stay on this maiden delivery run by the new JAXA cargo ship.
The camera is installed and configuration is complete. Step number 1 is done. Copy, thank you. Should I stand down for step 2 for now? Stand by 1. Okay, I'm being told that we'll be turning it on 1440 on window 9. But camera and MLM can be turned on immediately after it will be ready. Okay. And I'll be opening the shutters on additional go, right? Yes, you are correct. Wait for additional go. Copy. 5 minutes elapsed. Pressure is stable over 5 minutes. 30 in airlock.
0 миллиметров.
Okay, 0 millimeters delta over 5 minutes. We are airtight and we can proceed with Q card 7 or land transition to autonomous power. Copy. Transition.
And that report from the cosmonauts inside the Poisk airlock indicates that all suit leak checks have been passed with flying colors. The pressure inside the airlock maintaining stability. And so the two cosmonauts about to place their Orlon suits on internal battery power.
About to turn on prime pump and prime fan and lights, and then we'll move to prime transmitter. Okay, that's pump is on. You can hear it. Now fan. Transmitter. EV1 on. Battery voltage 27.6. Lesha, what's your number? 30.6. Copy 30.6.
Вентилятор включен.
So,
Нажат, правильно?
pump and fan are on and operating, and the prime transmitter button is pressed. Copy.
Выдал. Сигнализация питания до
Send signal LED caution is not illuminated. Okay. Now demate in umbilicals. Okay, copy. EV1 demated.
Убираем. Закрываем мешки.
Close in the bags. Copy.
Второй стыковал.
EV2 demated.
Убираем.
Stow in the onboard part.
Закрыть второй.
Alright, flaps closed. Copy.
Так. Отстыковываем порт-колодку от скафандра.
Demating fluid umbilical from the suit and cabinet. Copy.
Первый отстыковал.
EV1 demated.
Это?
Copy.
Отстыковал.
EV2 demated.
Леш,
Copy, Alexey. Very good.
забыли закрыть ОРК разъемы клапанами FT.
Are you sure you closed the MLI flaps?
Секундочку.
Let me check.
Пишите, идем хорошо, спокойненько.
There is no rush.
Зафиксируйте.
Perfect timing. We are proceeding on schedule.
Клапаны.
All right, stowed and closed all MLI flaps. Excellent. Sergey.
Второй борт-колодку подстыковал. Клапаны все закрыл.
On board, fluid umbilical demated for EV2, flaps closed. Okay, let's keep going.
Спасибо.
Moscow Station, Space to Ground 1 for camcorder activation. We're receiving the video. From MLM? Okay, thank you. And you are going to turn it off now. Copy. Turning camera off. Pay attention to the left screen.
Переводим ВСС в положение 2 ЗАКа.
This is Mission Control Houston. Just to recap, we are awaiting the opening of the hatch to the Poisk airlock, in which 2 Roscosmos cosmonauts, International Space Station Commander Sergey Ryzhikov and Alexey Zubritskiy, are suited up in their Russian Orlan suits, having depressurized the airlock and having pre-breathed pure oxygen to cleanse their bloodstreams of nitrogen, preparing to begin the 277th spacewalk in support of International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. This is their second spacewalk in a 12-day period. The focus today will be the installation of experiment packages on the outside of the Nauka multi-purpose laboratory module, cleaning of a window pane on Nauka, the replacement of an experiment cassette on an experiment called the molecular epitaxy experiment that was installed on Nauka during their last spacewalk on October 16th, and the relocation of a control panel for the European robotic arm that is attached to Nauka.
Sergey, Alexey, добрый день.
Sergey, Alexey. Hello.
Добрый день,
Hello, Sergey.
Как настрой?
So, are you up and ready?
рабочий, отличный.
All ready for activities. Ready to work. Thank you. Excellent.
По поводу
Now,
EP-500 с сопел сняли зеленые крышки?
about the EP500
Так точно.
Инвентарь.
with the green cover, did you install it? Yes.
Ryzhikov and Zubritskiy, part of the 3-man crew that launched on the Soyuz NS-27 spacecraft back in March, are in the home stretch of their 8-month mission. They'll be returning to Earth on the evening of December 8th U.S. time, the morning of December 9th Kazakhstan time, for a parachute-assisted landing along with NASA astronaut Johnny Kim to wrap up their flight.
Standing by for a go for EVH opening. And for now, do another visual inspection of all your equipment. Make sure everything is in place. Copy. And it's been...
Once the 2 cosmonauts open the hatch to the Poisk airlock, the first task will be to install a protective ring around the circumference of the hatch itself to protect it while it remains open during the course of today's 6.5-hour spacewalk. Zubritskiy will be first to leave the airlock itself. He'll be followed a few minutes later by Ryzhikov. They'll be carrying outside all of their tools, tethers, and other equipment for their tasks for today's spacewalk, which is the 5th out of the International Space Station in 2025.
Изводим контроль винтов аварийного закрытия.
Okay. Emergency screws
Ручки.
monitor.
В рабочем положении.
Make sure it's turned to the hard stop. What about the handle? Okay, to the hard stop.
Принято.
Ручки на осях смотрят друг на друга.
Okay, now handles are looking at each other. Okay, copy.
Устанавливаем ключ для открытия выходного люка.
Install hatch 2.
Ключ установлен. Готов.
Installed. I am ready to open. Press on. And all the way to a hard stop. Okay, copy.
Наблюдаем выход роликов.
We are looking for the rollers coming from under the shims.
Подтверждаем.
Confirm, yes, I can see roller movement. Copy.
Есть сучок.
Принято. Ручку
Copy.
на себя до упора.
Okay, the pusher handle towards yourself to hard stop. Copy.
Контролирую снижение давления.
Monitor. Movement. Copy.
Он остановился на 7.
Unintelligible.
Что может погрешность?
Maybe there is a small error here.
Может, это погрешность? Просто раз он тоже нуля не было.
Sergey, did you copy?
Повтори, Сергей, я не...
Please repeat, I couldn't hear it.
Ну, полного нуля нет, сейчас порядка 4.
Not complete zero. It's about 4 millimeters still.
Если появляется, то можно
Yes.
с руки за выходного люка немножко дернуть на себя.
Well, you can actually grab onto the EV hatch handrails and push it towards yourself. Let us try.
Есть?
All right, open and confirm.
Принято.
Copy.
Теперь фиксируем фал, переменную длину.
All right, now secure the adjustable.
Так, короче, себя, пожалуйста.
Okay, remote.
This is Mission Control Houston. The flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center have confirmed the opening of the hatch to the Poisk airlock. The official start time for today's spacewalk, 9:18 a.m. Central Time, 10:18 a.m. Eastern Time. Again, the Poisk hatch is open. The official start time of today's spacewalk, 9:18 a.m. Central, 10:18 a.m. Eastern Time.
We are beginning to install the protective ring in work.
The hatch was open as the International Space Station flew 260 miles over the Northwest Pacific, soon to begin a trajectory from northwest to southeast across the Pacific Ocean. So with the hatch opening to Poisk, the two cosmonauts now are installing a protective ring around the circumference of that hatch, making sure that it is not susceptible to any micrometeoroid hits during the course of the time that it remains open throughout the day today. Next up will be Alexey Zubritskiy leaving the Poisk airlock. We should be regaining our television downlink signal from the International Space Station's external cameras just a moment or two from now.
Now it sits in place. Okay.
This is the third spacewalk in Sergey Ryzhikov's career, the second for Alexey Zubritskiy.
Защитное кольцо установлено, правильно?
Protective ring is installed, is that correct? Affirmative. We checked. Sits tightly.
Все, принято.
Okay, copy.
Приступай к выходу.
Then, Alexey, you are go to egress.
Так, Алексею, может быть, включить светильники сейчас? Или помочь?
Does Alexey need my help?
Можно включить.
Нельзя, пожалуйста.
Maybe we should turn on unintelligible.
Включил Алексею светильники.
Okay, Alexey's lights are on. Copy.
Готов приступать к высадке.
I'm ready to step out. Yes, Alexey started egress. Okay. Copy.
Алексей, и после того, как вы
Алексей?
включаем сублиматоры.
As soon as you'll be outside, turn the sublimators on. Okay, copy.
Снаружи выходного.
Both safety tethers are secured on the other side of the EV hatch. Okay, copy.
На поручни переходит второй.
EV2 translates to handrails. Copy.
Повторите сейчас.
Please repeat.
Есть возможность включения сублиматоров?
And as we prepare to see the International Space Station fly into an orbital sunrise, a first view, albeit dim, of the cosmonauts working outside the Poisk airlock as they take all of their tools and tethers, their crew lock bags filled with all the equipment they need for today's spacewalk.
Okay.
Alexey Zubritskiy is already outside of the Poisk airlock. He'll be joined momentarily by Sergey Ryzhikov.
Copy.
Сергей, Алексей, пока.
Sergey, Alex, for now, turn on only the lights. Copy.
Приступаем к выведению укладок.
Please start retrieving the kids.
Приступаем к поведению укладок.
Inward.
Ну, давай. Сейчас, секундочку.
Okay. Stand by.
Есть.
All right. Lights are on. Copy. Okay, I'm handing you the crew log back. Here's the hook.
До выхода из тени 4 минуты.
All right, there's 4 minutes left before sunrise. 4 minutes before sunrise. Copy. Copy. Here's the second hook.
Даю второй. Взял.
Okay, I took it.
Так, есть охлаждение, регулируем.
Cooling is fine. I'm adjusting it.
Второй крыло, кстати, зафиксировал один карабин.
I
Если упало постоянно.
have one hook on the loop of the tether and securing the second hook. How did you copy?
Это
Принято.
Copy.
готов подаваться.
Okay, I'm ready to hand you the bundle.
Приступаем, да?
All right, let's start.
The bundle referred there is the package basically containing the science experiments, the first of which is a pair of payload units for a pulse plasma injector experiment that will be attached to the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module. A series of cable connectors will be hooked up to that experiment to gather data on the effect of plasma in the low Earth orbit environment.
Даю второй карабин.
Here is the second hook.
Дал.
Okay, I got it.
Второй карабин большой гладкий на торсе.
The second hook of the big bundle is on the
Отлично. Приступаем.
handrail. Okay. So we are ready. Yes, we're taking it out. I got it.
Первый готов.
Everyone is ready to step out. Copy, Sergey. Press on.
Есть добро.
And we have a go.
Сергей, когда...
Sergey, when you get out of the EV hatch, you need to turn on your cameras.
Принято.
Copy.
And the space station flying 260 miles over the
All right.
Eastern Pacific Ocean, moving from northwest to southeast. Now a good view of the cosmonauts outside of the Poisk airlock as we have moved into an orbital sunrise. Today's spacewalk again began at 9:18 a.m. Central Time, 10:18 a.m. Eastern Time.
Put the handle out. Well, you need to make sure that your cooling and heating works fine. So manually, the hot-cold handle needs or switch needs to be put in the vertical position. All right, the switch is in the right position. I said heating and cooling system is on. Got it?
Сергей, повтори, пожалуйста.
Sergey,
Тебя зафиксировал.
do you have the crew lock bag secured to yourself? Affirmative. Great.
Снаружи.
Принято.
Copy. And when you are ready, so you can start your translation to the Strela boom. Copy.
Потом включим камеру.
And then we're going to turn on each other's cameras. Okay, my cooling and heating system is on. STR system is on. Right, the camera is on. The camera is on. 2 green LEDs are illuminated. And we confirm we have both cameras turned on. Copy. We are standing by for the video image on our end. All right. And I am.
We should be getting helmet camera views from Ryzhikov and Zubritskiy momentarily. Ryzhikov, as you see, is closest to the Poisk airlock at the moment, wearing the Orlan suit bearing the red stripes as EV1, or extravehicular crew member number 1. As Alexey Zubritskiy is alongside of him, he's wearing the Orlan suit with the blue stripes, EV2.
Disconnect yourself from the Strela and then secure yourself to the SO. Copy.
They're in the process of attaching the crew lock bags containing all of their spacewalking equipment and the items to be installed in the Nauka multi-purpose laboratory module on the ring, an attachment ring on that boom you see in the middle of your screen. That's the Strela boom. Strela, the Russian word for arrow, that is used to transport not only the cosmonauts but equipment from one work site to another on the Russian segment of the station.
I have the second one secured. Copy. And we have the transport tether French hook secured. Copy. All right, we are secured. Got it. All right, we are still standing by for the video image.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're 17 minutes into today's spacewalk by Expedition 73 Commander Sergey Ryzhikov and Alexey Zubritskiy, the second spacewalk for these 2 cosmonauts in the past 12 days. They'll be installing an experiment package for a pulse plasma injector data gathering on the Nauka multi-purpose laboratory module. They'll also be cleaning one of the windows on the Nauka multi-purpose laboratory module itself, replacing a payload cassette on the molecular epitaxy experiment that they installed back on October 16th on their previous spacewalk, and will relocate a control panel for the European robotic arm that is attached to Nauka. We've had a brief loss of signal from the International Space Station through our tracking and data relay satellite system. Today's spacewalk, the 277th in support of assembly maintenance and upgrades on the station, began at 9:18 a.m. Central Time, 10:18 a.m. Eastern Time. It's expected to last about 6.5 hours.
Translation ring. Sergey, Alexey, there was a brief LOS. Could you please complain? Oh, could you please confirm that you have French hooks already secured to the translation ring.
Here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room at the Johnson Space Center in Houston in Mission Control, Flight Director Zeb Scoville is leading the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers, joined on console by spacecraft communicator Megan Harvey, as they are monitoring the other activities aboard the station, which includes payload and maintenance work and preparations for tomorrow's arrival of the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency's HTV X-1 cargo craft that launched from the Tanegashima Space Center in southern Japan on Saturday evening U.S. time, Sunday morning in Japan. The HTV X-1 will complete a 3.5-day journey to the station, complete with a plethora of demonstration tests of its systems, expected to arrive at the station tomorrow morning for a robotic capture by the station's Canadarm2 robotic arm, operated by JAXA's Kimi Aoi, backed up by NASA's Zena Cardman. That grapple expected at 10:50 a.m. Central Time, 11:50 a.m. Eastern Time. Our coverage of rendezvous and capture of the HTV X-1 cargo craft, this brand new cargo craft for JAXA, will begin tomorrow morning at 8:05 a.m. Central, 9:05 a.m. Eastern Time.
By voice, please provide the running commentary. All right, and you need to probably move a little bit closer to me. Okay, and you need to turn around a little bit closer to you, right? Yes. Okay. And I'm secured. Me too. I'm not seeing anything yet. Okay. Let me rotate the bundle. We're not there yet. Yes, a little bit more up with the bundle. Stand by one. Okay, let's do it right like so. Right, we got it. Great. All right, let's secure the translation ring. All right, we are receiving the video from the external cameras, general view. Not getting your video yet from your helmet cameras. No join those yet. All right, I have secured the STU. And I am ready to take over the bundle Copy. Do you have handrails there?
Ну, возьми мне тогда.
Okay, grab it then from me.
Взял, отдал.
Okay, got it.
Так, разворачиваюсь.
I'm turning around.
Сергей, у нас с вами
Sergey,
звено грузовой стрелы. Наверное,
we are going to be moving along the cargo boom. Secure safety tethers to the handrails and be ready to take the bundle over from Alexey. All right, so
Не там, где...
we're not going where the control panel is, right?
что идем по нижней трассе поручня.
We are translating, following the lower handrail path.
Кругом разбирали.
Okay, well, we kind of discussed a slightly different plan earlier, but okay.
Так, один караван.
One French hook.
Второй
На подготовке.
And the second one,
Что туда мы идем по нижнему ряду поручней, а
we are going along the lower handrail translation path, and back you'll be going along the upper ones. Okay, understood. All right, we have the radiator here. Okay,
Выполнил фиксацию.
I am done. I have the French hooks secured. One was to handrail 4121,
Работа.
and I'm working with the bundle.
Степан к передаче укладки.
All right, secure yourself and start handing the bundle over.
Еще один карабинчик оттуда.
Now you'll probably need to grab the French hook from there. So the Strela was secured with a lock. I have it unsecured now, and it is free now.
Повтори еще раз.
Опора балки грузовой стрелы. Опора балки.
All right, and so the bottom of the Strela boom, the support of the Strela boom, and like, okay, what about the wing nuts?
Находится на балке.
It is on the Strela, it's just on the boom. Okay, understood.
Так. Карабин забирай.
All right, grab the French hooks.
Этот ближний.
Is it the closest one to me? Do you see it? Yes.
Взял.
Okay, got it.
Не самое удобное место для перехода.
It is not the most convenient location, of course.
Давай тогда укладку возьмем.
Let me grab the bundle.
Вот так.
And I will go down a little bit.
Go.
I have it. I have it secured.
Вот это, по-моему, тут держалось. Нет, оно, видишь, нажимательное звено там дальше держится.
See, it is secured to the sliding ring over there.
Да? Ну, я спросил у него опоры.
Okay, and it's going to be for the boom support.
Лучше теперь вот эту ручку.
And it's better to give me the handle and rotate it.
Взял, можно отходить дальше.
Okay, I got it, and I can move forward. All right, I am secured to the sliding ring, and I'm going to get to the radiator, and then this is where I will remove the bundle. And be careful here, there is a slider. All right, this sliding ring is secured to the handrail, so everything's fine. And the French hook, I have the French hook. Maybe we can move it a little bit closer. Let's try it. So the most important is to translate to those handrails, and it's going to get much easier from there. All right, I have the first bundle secured. Copy. We see it. All right, I have the French hook secured. French hook for the bundle secured over here. Copy. Sergey, after we pass by the radiator, and when you get a chance, you will have to try and turn on your camera one more time. Okay? Or we can ask Alexey to help you out. Well, I wasn't able to reach it myself before. I can try. If it was not quite possible for you to do it yourself, then don't do it.
один раз поближе.
Alright, one more time, a little bit one time, a little bit closer.
Да, все достаточно.
Alright, I think that's enough. Let me get to the handrail. Got it. You have it.
Сергей, постарайтесь сейчас свои файлы скафандровые как можно дальше.
Sergey, try to move your safety tethers as far as possible so that you have more room to move around. Copy?
Пока маневрирую вокруг якоря.
Right, we are maneuvering around the anchor for now. Copy, Sergey.
Алексей, у тебя
Alexey?
шлемных камер.
Alright, we are receiving the video from your helmet cameras. Copy.
Если получаете картинку, когда отдам укладку, могу показать, про какую опору.
And if you want, I can actually show you what support we were talking about. If you're receiving the video.
Если получаете картинку,
Could you repeat your last?
показать вам, про какую опору мы.
Well, if you're receiving the video, we can actually tell you what support we were talking about.
Про какую опору ты говоришь?
Alexey, we actually understand what you're talking about.
Стрелу подводим к поручню.
This is when we are moving the Strela to the handrail and we secure it.
Как бы нет необходимости иметь.
There is no need to show us something on purpose. Copy.
Так, переместил.
All right,
Кинул карабин. 41-20.
I relocated and secured myself to the handrail that ends in 27, and I am grabbing the French hook for the bundle. And your waste or trash container, where is it secured to? It's secured to the crew lock bag.
Один в одном, второй в другом. Нет, это другие.
Unintelligible.
Пожелтевшие.
It's
This is Mission Control Houston, 38 minutes into today's spacewalk. The ISS flying 260 miles over Bolivia, moving from northwest to southeast. And a great view of the two Roscosmos cosmonauts working in tandem with one another. On the right is Space Station Commander Sergey Ryzhikov, holding one of the components of a pulse plasma injector experiment These two packages will be installed on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module, and a series of 5 cable connectors for the 2 payload packages will be hooked up. On the left is Alexey Zubritskiy, now early in the 2nd spacewalk of his career. This is the 3rd for Ryzhikov. The spacewalk got underway with the opening of the hatch to the Poisk airlock at 9:18 a.m. Central Time, 10:18 a.m. Eastern Time. The cosmonauts moving right around the timeline for today's spacewalk that is expected to last about 6.5 hours.
Okay, we have it secured. Thank you. And Alexey, we see the support. Okay, this is what we talked about. All good. So it's basically pushing against on the right, on the side. Not the best location, to be honest.
This view from the helmet camera from Alexey Zubritskiy as he works his way along the Strela boom that the payload packages for the pulse plasma injector experiment are located. Moving into the right configuration for the initial install.
Yeah, I can do it. Okay, here you go, Sergey. Yeah, I got it. Let me check. Well, I don't think it is illuminated. No, it is illuminated. I cannot see here. Unintelligible. No, actually, both LEDs are green. Copy, Alexey. Got it. Here you go, I got it.
Today's spacewalk, which is now 43 minutes in duration, is the 277th in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, the 5th out of the International Space Station this year, the 3rd spacewalk for Expedition 73 crew members, also the 3rd spacewalk in Sergey Ryzhikov's career, as he had accumulated 12 hours and 57 minutes of spacewalking time on 2 previous spacewalks. This is the 2nd for Zubritskiy, who is on the left side of your screen, Ryzhikov on the upper right-hand corner of your screen. Zubritskiy, who joined Ryzhikov for the previous spacewalk, October 16th, logged 6 hours, 9 minutes on that excursion.
Там на переход, по-моему, 35 отводим.
I think 35 minutes was allocated for the translation.
У нас все с вами хорошо.
No, so far so good. Everything is according to the timetable and you have plenty of time at your disposal. Copy, thank you.
У нас сейчас с вами самый сложный участок, этот переход на нижние.
The experiment packages that are being installed as the first task of today's spacewalk. One is called the IPI 500. It's a pulse plasma injector experiment. The second goes by the acronym of KVEFP, Complex for Monitoring Vacuum and Electrophysical Parameters. These two components make up this pulse plasma experiment that essentially is designed to inject pulsed plasma into space for experiments on geophysical effects.
You are painting our future
The
rosy brush. Thank you so much.
The two cosmonauts will be routing cables and mating cable connectors for these two components of the pulse plasma injector experiment on the multipurpose laboratory module.
No, put it back, put the hook back. Okay, this one here on the right. Thank you. I got it. Thank you.
Сергей, за трубопроводы руками не держись.
Sergey, please don't
Картинка стоит на шлемных камерах.
please don't hold the pipe. Don't touch the pipeline, please. And also, we have good news. Now we are receiving the video from your helmet camera. Copy.
Сергей, по возможности уходи дальше.
Sergey, if possible, please move as far as possible. Okay, when it is possible, I will do that. Copy.
Так, еще подальше.
So, should I move even farther?
Выполнил фиксацию страховки.
I secured the safety and equipment to the hooks. Copy.
Взял укладку.
I got the bundle. Yep, thank you.
Да, это не Гера.
Yes, it's not like
Тут другие.
you know, when you translate with the help of error, yes, yeah, it's very different story when you're translating with the help of the Strela boom. Trying to sing an old Russian song. Let's do it once again. Let's try it once again.
Очень хорошая песня.
Yeah, it's a very nice song. The song of the hurlers on the Volga who were pulling ships on the rivers. A very, very hard job. It's suitable for this kind of activity. Yes, I agree. Unintelligible. Got it. Thank you.
Так, это БТЛ-4.
Okay, so this is the rail.
Совсем чуть-чуть.
The last number is 17, and now we can move forward. Yes, you know, you just have a little bit more of translation pass here, guys. It soon will be over.
This is Mission Control Houston, 53 minutes into today's spacewalk. Out of the helmet camera from Alexey Zubritskiy, a view of the space station commander on the right side of your screen, Sergey Ryzhikov, as he and Zubritskiy continue to install spacewalking hardware and payload hardware onto an attachment point on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module. A good view of Zubritskiy on the left, Ryzhikov on the right with the suit with the red stripes, Zubritskiy wearing the Orlan suit with the blue stripes. This payload hardware is designed to be part of a plasma pulse injector experiment that will be installed on Nauka on this second spacewalk in the past 12 days for these two Roscosmos cosmonauts.
Выполняю переход на другую сторону БТЛ.
I'm translating to the other side of the BTL. Alexey, copy.
Сергей, Алексей, если устали после такого перехода...
Sergey, Alexey, if you are tired after that quite difficult translation stretch, you can take a breather. You know, let us stick to the cyclogram. After we have installed the equipment, then we will be able to have a rest. Okay, copy.
The two cosmonauts are continuing to install equipment associated with this pulse plasma injector experiment on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module that launched in July of 2021. A large module. At the very top of Nauka is the Prishal multi-port node module, to which the Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft is attached. That is the Soyuz spacecraft that Ryzhikov, Zubritskiy, and NASA's Johnny Kim will ride back to Earth on for a parachute-assisted landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan on the evening of December 8th, U.S. time, the morning of December 9th in Kazakhstan.
Thank you. Alexey?
Алексей, с твоей камеры наблюдаю, что белые риски у нас у адаптера видно.
Alexey, we have a video from your camera telling us that the white marks of the adapter are visible. Copy.
Сейчас флажок перевожу.
So the tab now is being shifted into the position open, and I'm monitoring. Copy. So on hard stop, it is shifted to hard stop. Copy.
Так. Устанавливаем кнопку.
And now we are installing the bundle.
And the initial component of this plasma pulse injector experiment, the IPI portion, is now in the process of being installed.
С моей стороны подставлен как бы так.
It's not easy on my side. Okay, I'm pushing here just a little bit more. Yes, the rear part of it. Push it.
Могу покрутить.
Yeah, I'm rotating the hand wheel. Unintelligible. Okay, so the ratchet wrench here.
Вращается барашек, да?
Okay, so what about the wing screw? Is it...
As we approach the 1 hour mark in today's spacewalk, a good view of the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station. The two cosmonauts on the right, Station Commander Sergey Ryzhikov. On the left is Alexey Zubritskiy, as they are working now to install the first of two components for this pulse plasma injector experiment, the first task in today's excursion.
Yes, I agree. Hard stop. Can you see it in Moscow? That the white marks are down, but not altogether. But actually, you know, it is secured really very well. Okay, copy.
с вами время ВКД 1 час.
The PT time is 1 hour, the time of the EVA duration. Guys, for your awareness, copy 1 hour.
Как мы с вами договаривались после установки. Да, идем.
Are we, everything is according to the timetable? Yes, everything is good.
We've passed out of range of downlink video capability from our tracking and data relay satellite system. We'll get that downlink capability back momentarily. Having just passed the 1 hour mark in the spacewalk, the 2 cosmonauts are working just a few minutes ahead of the timeline in the process of installing the pulse plasma injector unit. It's one of 2 components associated with this pulse plasma injector experiment that will be affixed and hooked up electronically through a series of cable connectors to the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module.
Входа в тень у нас с вами 8 минут.
The installation is in 8 minutes, guys. Copy 8 minutes until the sunset. And please take a breather right now. I'm swabbing the KFP on the circular handrail. So that it is not in the way. The next task, guys, the equipment tether from the EP will have to be secured in a different location, and the other tether, should be secured to the crew log bag. Okay, I secured it. Copy.
The International Space Station is currently flying 260 miles southeast of the southern coast of Africa, about to move from southwest to northeast across the Indian Ocean in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator. We're about 3.5 minutes away from entering an orbital sunset.
Sergey, EP покачали, да? Держится хорошо.
Okay, so the EP plasma conductor hardware, plasma injector hardware is secured tight. Yes. And the tab is in the position closed. Is this correct? Yes, the tab is in the position closed. Copy.
Сортировочный провод уложен.
The second equipment tether now is stowed in the crew lockback. Alexey, you know you're too close to the solar array. Unintelligible.
Да, сейчас.
Okay. I will move around. Make a maneuver.
Да, а возле твоих ног аппаратура мини-РФ, тоже аккуратнее.
And, down at your feet, there is a...
Once this plasma pulse injector experiment package is installed on a bracket on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module, the two cosmonauts will be hooking up a series of 3 cable connectors. There's another portion of this experiment that will be hooked up a short time from now to complete the first and major objective of this spacewalk.
I don't know how I should do it correctly, I think.
Пока остается пристыкованным к поручню.
It is secured to the rail, this the other equipment tether, okay, while... So I guess the upper part should be relocated and secured anew, and then, okay, we agree.
Распустить можно.
Unintelligible.
Так. Он дотянется до нижнего.
Okay, so give me the lower part.
До нижнего зафиксирован.
Yeah, so it is secured there in the lower part.
Другой.
I guess now the other tether should be used.
Тут видишь проволока еще.
There's also wire tie here.
Сейчас он застрахован вот за старый карабин с подтягом. Да. И за проволоку. А второй?
Okay, now so this adjustable tether here, and the second for the other.
У нас через минуту вход в тень.
In a minute, there will be sunset, guys. Just for your awareness.
Я вижу, что там за кольцевой закупил.
Unintelligible.
Ну, это только поближе, если перейти.
Okay, and if we move it a little bit closer and relocate it and secure it here.
Борьба только. Проволока не дает ему провернуть.
You know, the wire tie is in the way.
Или получилось?
Okay, so have you managed to do it, guys? Yes, we got it. We secured it. Copy. Excellent.
Теперь наша задача это размотать проволочный фиксатор.
Now, your task is unravel the wire tie. Okay.
can't reach. Do you need help? Not yet.
One hour, 11 minutes into the spacewalk, the two cosmonauts are taking various components for this pulse plasma injector experiment and attaching them to handrails as they work through the various procedures to install this payload onto the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module before beginning the work to hook up a series of 3 cable connectors for the first part of the experiment, the IPI portion, followed by 2 cable connectors for the second part of the experiment, which is the complex for monitoring vacuum and electrophysical parameters.
Теперь наша задача КВФП отвести подальше, чтобы он нам не мешал для дальнейшей работы.
Now we need to move the KV-EFP payload aside. Copy. In work. We've moved the EFP payload aside. Copy. Shall we start working with the cables? Yes, you have a go to route cables.
The 2 spacewalkers, Ryzhikov and Zubritskiy, are releasing a coil containing cables that will be routed through a series of handrails to the location where these 3 connectors, these cable connectors, will be hooked up, and the first of the 2 portions of the pulse plasma injector experiment then will be affixed to the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module.
Мы полностью бухту разматываем, да?
Да, наша задача полностью ее размотать и проложить.
Do we need to uncall it? Yes, we need to unbundle the cable harness, and we need to route 1 cable to patch panel number 10, and one panel to one cable to patch panel 11. Copy.
Этот выведен. Выведен, да? Да, вот один остался.
Yes, I have routed this one, and I have 1 left.
Это у нас еще разочков надо. Да, вот тут.
Unintelligible.
Заводим. Получается, вот этот покороче.
So this shorter cable goes to plate 11, right?
Маркировку его.
You need to check the cable label.
Вот в районе разъема маркировка ХБП 11-2.
I have XFB11-2. Copy.
Алексей, если получится, то...
Alexey, if you can.
Завести, потому что после подключения заводить будет гораздо...
Should I put it to Lurka clips? Yes, you should do this now. It will be difficult to do it in the future.
Адаптера и кабель, который идет на 11-ю плату, он в другие противоположные.
And you need to route one cable through the fair leads on one side and the other cable going to panel 11 through the fair leads on the other side. Could you repeat that, please? I mean the cable that goes to plate 11, it needs to go to one side of the fair leads, and the one going to panel 10, you need to route it through the other set of fair leads. Copy. No. I got the cap. Second. So this needs to go above the handrail, like this? Well, in any case, the lock will be demated later. Unintelligible. I routed connector 11 into the Lurka clip. Copy, Alexey.
Так, крышечку надо застраховать.
And you need to secure the cap.
11-2. Да, принято.
Copy.
Alexey.
Alexey? Yes.
Посмотри, пожалуйста, тумблер резервного насоса.
Take a look at the backup pump switch. I think it was bumped by accident.
Ну, отключи его.
It is on. Well, deactivate it.
Алексей, у нас был перерыв.
This is Mission Control Houston, 1 hour, 21 minutes into today's spacewalk. Sergey Ryzhikov and Alexey Zubritskiy are working a few minutes ahead of the timeline as they are in the process of hooking up three cable connectors for the first of two components of a pulse plasma injector experiment. This experiment that is being attached to the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module is designed to inject pulsed plasma into space for experiments on geophysical effects.
EV2, I also secured the cap and removed it. Copy, Alexey. I inspected the connector.
The two cosmonauts in this planned 6.5-hour spacewalk will also clean one of the windows on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module, replace an experiment cassette on the recently installed molecular epitaxy experiment that they installed, detached, and activated on Nauka back on October 16th on their previous spacewalk, and will relocate an external control panel for the European robotic arm that is attached to Nauka. The arm is not in play today. It was used back on October 16th to transport the cosmonauts to various work sites on the multipurpose laboratory module that resides on the Earth-facing port of the Russian segment of the station. Today, the cosmonauts are not using the robotic arm, simply relocating an external control panel from one so-called launch base point to another.
Alexey, we can see that you are almost done. I mated the connector. Copy, Alexey. Copy.
Алексей, посмотри, пожалуйста, вот кабель, который ты подстыковал, у него как со слабиной?
Can you check the slack of the cable that you just mated? Checking.
Смотри, после того, как Сергей состыкует свои...
And once Sergey mates his connector, if we have cable slack, then we can use the wire tie to secure the slack of the cable.
Алексей, скажи, пожалуйста, а вот этот проволочный фиксатор, который на кабеле, это что за фиксатор?
Alexey, can you tell us what is this wire tie? It's one of the two wire ties on the platform. Copy.
Я, в принципе, слабину выбрал и завел за поручень основания самого.
I took out the slack and I secured under the handrail Is that okay? Can you see it?
Посмотрим, как будет у Сергея, то потом мы...
Yes, we can see this. We're waiting for Sergey to finish mating his connectors, and then we'll reassess the situation with the cable slack. Copy.
Сергей, подскажи, пожалуйста, ты крышку с какого разъема снял? Такое ощущение, как будто бы...
Sergey, when you removed the cap, what connector did you remove the cap from? It looks like it's 10.3. Yes, you're right, 10.3. I removed the wrong cap. You mated 10.1 already, right? Yes, 10.1 is mated. So you need to mate 10.2.
Ты крышку просто переставь, которая на 10.2, переставь ее просто на 10.3.
Just take the cap from 10.2 and put it on 10.3. That makes
the numbers being reported in this translation from the flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow to the two cosmonauts refers to a series of 3 cable connectors that Ryzhikov and Zubritskiy are in the process of mating to provide electrical continuity for the first of the 2 payload packages associated with the pulse plasma injector experiment.
I mated the connector. That's connector 10. Copy, Sergey. 10-2.
Принято, Сергей.
Copy, Sergey.
Теперь надо оценить слабину кабеля.
Now you need to assess the cable slack and take out the slack and secure it to IPI payload handrails. You mean on the outer side? Yes, the handrail you are looking at. This one.
Да, все верно, да.
That's right.
Так, а можно использовать проволоку, которую мы фиксируем?
Can we use the wire tie that we just used? Yes, you have a go.
Вот этот верхний, он натянут.
So the top one doesn't have any slack. Unintelligible.
Да, неудобное место.
Yes, this place is not very convenient.
Время ВКД 1 час 30 минут.
EV elapsed time is 1 hour 30 minutes.
Нет, Алексей, я держу. Сможешь закрутить?
I'm holding it.
Не дотягиваешься, вот они.
Мой натянут, у вас вагонай.
Mine is tightened and yours has some slack. Let's take out the slack first.
Сейчас. Ну тогда давай с этой стороны, здесь спокойнее.
Well, let's work on this side then.
Сергей, вроде бы как наблюдается, что с турбины еще можно чуть-чуть подтянуть кабели.
Sergey, it seems like you can take out a little more slack.
Еще подтянуть?
You want me to tighten it a little more? Yes.
Куда убрать?
And where do I put it?
И только к верхнему поручню.
Maybe you could attach it to the top handrail.
Просто теневая обстановка не дает правильно оценить. Посмотрите, если все нормально, то...
Maybe we can't see it because of the orbital night. Please use your discretion, and if there is too much slack, please secure it. I made 2 twists on the wire tie. Copy.
Так, и теперь приступаем к закрытию клапана сети. Сначала давайте сфотографируем.
Now you're go to close MLI flap. No, let's first take photos of the connectors. Copy. Copy.
У нас будет сейчас контроль стыковки.
And we will now verify good mating.
The 2 cosmonauts at the 1 hour 33 minute mark in the spacewalk have completed hooking up 3 cable connectors for the first of the 2 components of the pulse plasma injector experiment on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module. They're going to take photos of their handiwork before closing a thermal protection cover over those connectors. Next up will be the installation and hooking up of the second of the 2 components for this experiment, along with 2 additional cable connectors.
I took photographs, including routed cables and the IPI payload.
Сергей, давайте еще поснимаем. У нас через 10 минут выход из тени.
Sergey, we will have sunrise in 10 minutes, and we'll need to close MLI flap, and we also need to secure the caps. You can use 1 wire tie to secure all of them and attach the wire tie to the adapter's handrail. Copy. I'm switching off the camera then.
Контроль стыковки показал, что состыковали кабели все успешно.
And our verification check shows that all connectors were mated. Copy. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I can't I can't close the MLI flap. Yes, we can see that.
Так вот. Только между ними как-то.
Maybe between them.
Так.
Like this.
Частично получилось.
I think this looks great.
Очень хорошо.
Yes, Alexey, we can see that. You did a really great job.
Сейчас проволоку достану.
Inaudible.
Не займусь.
I will start working with the caps.
По выходу из тени 7 минут.
7 minutes to sunrise. Copy.
Проволочный фиксатор надо на рацию пришивать.
Alexey, you need to secure the wire tied to the red. It's on the red. Copy.
Видно было?
Did you see that?
Видно. Спасибо, Алексей.
Yes, we can see this. Thank you, Alexey. Maybe you should use the red to secure it. No, this is fine. I'll handle it. Inaudible.
You got it?
That's all.
You have it. Right, we are going to go LOS in about 1 minute for 2 minutes. Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston, 1 hour 42 minutes into today's spacewalk. Sergey Ryzhikov and Alexey Zubritskiy have installed the first of two components for a pulse plasma injector experiment on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module and have hooked up a series of 3 cable connectors for that initial component. The second portion of that experiment is in work at the moment. It will involve its installation alongside the first component on Nauka and the hookup of 2 cable connectors. Everything is proceeding per the plan for today's spacewalk, the 277th in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. This is the third spacewalk for Sergey Ryzhikov in his career, the second for Zubritskiy, coming on the heels of the excursion they took together back on October 16th.
Well, knitting is not a manly task. That's what they say, and they're quite right. They are.
Sergey,
if you can, take pictures of the payload equipment, scientific equipment from various angles. Copy. And I'm going to turn on the camera one more time. All right, I have secured the covers with wire ties. What do you want me to do next? So, on the handrail for the adapter to the right side from you. All right, copy. I have secured to the handrails of the adapter.
Видно. Или Сергей пусть
And Sergey,
ведет фотофиксацию установленных крыш.
if Sergey secures it with the secures the caps, the covers.
У меня включенная камера.
Do you have the camera on? I have the camera on.
Нет, ее разворачивают. Я сейчас свою включу. Не могу не разворачивать.
Hold on, I can't rotate it. I can't turn it normally. But let me give me a second. I'll turn mine on.
Все, убедился. Камера выключена.
All right, the camera is off. All right, done with taking imagery of the covers.
Мы завершили с вами
And we are done
научной аппаратуры EP.
with the installation of the scientific hardware IPI. Now we need to translate to MLM adapter or pressurized adapter and start with that activity. Okay, copy.
This is Mission Control Houston, 1 hour, 50 minutes into the spacewalk. Sergey Ryzhikov and Alexey Zubritskiy in the field of view at the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module have completed the installation of the first of 2 components for a pulse plasma injector experiment. They're going to be moving now to another area on Nauka for the installation of the second of these 2 scientific components and the mating of 2 cable connectors. The 2 cosmonauts are working a few minutes ahead of the timeline, everything in good shape on this second spacewalk for the 2 Roscosmos cosmonauts in the past 12 days.
Алексей, скажи, пожалуйста,
Alexey,
как ты планируешь сейчас переходить по нижней стороне?
tell me,
По верхней поддержке?
which route are you going to choose, the upper one or the lower one?
Я сейчас обойду платформу
I'm going to
и также пойду.
walk around the platform.
Все, принято, хорошо.
Copy. So that I'd be between ITI and other equipment. I wouldn't have it. I wouldn't damage anything.
Сергей, ты сейчас будешь подходить к ним?
Sergey,
Повнимательней, чтобы лишний раз не касаться их.
you're going to be getting close to unintelligible, so to the you're going to be working close to the thrusters, so be very careful not to damage anything there.
Сергей, ты сейчас практически в
And
зоне, куда мы с вами потом перенесем внешний пульт Еры.
Sergey, you are in the area where we're going to be moving the external control panel for the ERA.
Да, все верно.
Sergey, an intelligible copy. And that's correct.
That reference to the movement of the external control panel is for the final task of the activities for the day that will take place later this afternoon. The external control panel resides on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module. It will be moved from its current location on Nauka and will be installed on a handrail. It is not needed at the moment, since European robotic arm operations are controlled from a different control panel inside the Russian segment of the station.
Handrail 4540. Can we secure?
The movement of this external control panel will free up a translation path for future spacewalks on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module.
Ты за него фиксируешь КВФП?
Do you secure KV EFP payload to it?
За поручень 4540 можешь, конечно.
No, the safety tether. Oh, of course. Copy. And here it is. So 4401 for the ERA. And then, of course, KV EFP is going to be secured to it as well.
Дальше еще надо будет.
But that's not your final destination there. It's just preliminary.
Лучше, Сергей, за среднюю часть.
Sergey, secure it better to the middle section, of course.
Алексей тебя уже практически догнал.
Alexey has almost caught up with you.
As we approach the 2-hour mark in the spacewalk today, a good view of the two cosmonauts. On the right is Alexey Zubritskiy in the second spacewalk of his career, wearing the Orlan suit bearing the blue stripes. Station Commander Sergey Ryzhikov is on the left in the suit with the red stripes, as you can see in a better view of Ryzhikov from the helmet camera on Alexey Zubritskiy. International Space Station is flying 260 miles to the west of Baja California, moving from northwest to southeast in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator.
That reminds us of the neutral buoyancy lab. Yeah, that is true. Not the most ideal location. Sergey, but now you can move the first French hook a little bit further and then approach from the side. Agreed.
And we're handing over between satellites on our tracking and data relay satellite system. Momentarily, we'll regain our downlink television capability as we reach the 2-hour mark in today's spacewalk by Sergey Ryzhikov and Alexey Zubritskiy.
Sergey, Alexey, у нас был короткий перерыв связи.
Sergey, Alexey, there was a short dropout.
Так, ну, первый перешагнул в платформу.
Well, I have stepped over this platform, copy, and I am continuing my translation.
Время ВКД 2 часа ровно.
All right, PET for the EVA is 2 hours sharp. Copy.
Алексей, тоже нужно быть повнимательнее в зоне двигателя.
Alexey, please be careful in the area near the thrusters.
Первый разместился в районе установки УРМ-7.
EV1 is near Param 7. Copy. And the window is closed. It is closed. Copy.
Сергей, напомни, пожалуйста, здесь маркировка на поле 1.
Sergey,
0-1.
remind us what
С какой стороны?
markings on for 01 do we have it? So,
Правую руку, где ближе к карабину.
which one do we use? The one that's on your right hand side, closer to the French hook. To the right side of the markings. And the unit has, the unit is marked up. Right, I am monitoring. Sergey, could you please check if our latch is primed? It is. Like, basically, it is depressed. Copy. It shouldn't be like this, actually. Now it is primed. Thank you, Sergey. And one more time to understand the situation. So the latch should be turned in the direction of Alexey. Done? And there should be markings on the side of the sensors towards USOS Nadir. Okay. We have this part routed near, okay, let's check the sensors, and I do see the markings. I have it secured. Copy. Alexey? One of the French hooks for your safety tether is not secured to a handrail. So is it so it's not a handrail, it's a stanchion for the handrail. So okay, I have secured myself into the right handrail then. Right, I prepped the latch, and now you need to tighten it with a wrench. Copy. All right, I have it tightened. Copy. remove the wrench.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours, 7 minutes into today's spacewalk. Sergey Ryzhikov and Alexey Zubritskiy working very efficiently in the process of installing the second of 2 experiment components on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module.
Pretty tight. Copy. Great.
This experiment is called the Pulse Plasma Injector Experiment. There are 2 components. It's a scientific instrument designed to inject pulsed plasma into space for data collection on geophysical effects in the low Earth orbit environment. A very good view of the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module near the very top of the module. At the top of your screen is the Prishal node module to which the Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft is attached. Soyuz MS-27 will be the ticket home for Ryzhikov, Zubritskiy, and NASA's Johnny Kim as they wrap up an 8.5-month mission on the station, heading for a parachute-assisted landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan on the night of December 8th U.S. time, December 9th Kazakhstan time. This is a view out of one of the windows in the Zvezda service module, looking right up the stack of the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module.
So the adjustable retractable tether has been removed and secured to the crew log bag. Copy. What about the other one, where it should be secured to? It's your choice. Either Alexey's crew log bag or the rail where the Sergey's crew log bag is attached. Secured. Okay, copy. Our discretion. Yeah, we secured it. Yes, we secured it. I'm ready to receive it from you. Got it.
Принято.
Copy, Sergey.
Зафиксированы за поручень крыловых дек.
Okay, so both tethers have been removed and they secured to the rail where the crew bag is secured as well. Copy. Now, guys, you will have to mate 2 connectors.
Так, плата 19.
It's 19 base plate, correct? Yes, that's correct. 19. There are 2 connectors, altogether 19.1, and the other unintelligible.
Скорее всего, крышки не подвязаны.
And I don't think that the caps are tied in and secured. Unfortunately, that's true.
Two hours, 13 minutes into today's spacewalk, the 2 cosmonauts continue to work on the installation of the second of the 2 components for the pulse plasma injector experiment. Once this instrument is installed on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module, there'll be a pair of cable connectors that will be hooked up, and the primary task of today's spacewalk will have been completed.
Зафиксировал крышку.
I secured the cap with the red. Copy, and it's been removed.
Вторая аналогично.
The second, I did the same way, removed and secured. Both connectors are clean. Copy, and we are starting the mating.
Извлекаем разъемы.
I'm retrieving them from the Lirka clip.
The International Space Station is currently flying just to the east of, or just to the west of South America, moving from northwest to southeast, 260 miles above the Earth, about to cross the coast of Chile.
Marking.
Не принципиально, с какого начинать?
So, it doesn't matter which one I will start connecting. It's up to you, whatever is convenient.
КПП 19.2.
19.2 has been mated. Copy, Sergey.
The second of these 2 components to the pulse plasma injector experiment has now been installed. The crew now will press ahead to mate 2 cable connectors for this component,
No damage.
running about 8 to 10 minutes ahead of the timeline.
Так, образ.
Both connectors have been mated. Copy, Sergey.
Сергей, давай пока у нас идет
Sergey,
на свету
so while there is installation,
состыкованных электросоединителей.
let us secure the connected electrical connectors. Okay, in work.
So these 2 cable connectors for the second portion of this pulse plasma injector experiment have been mated. The 2 cosmonauts will now take closeout photos and close a thermal protection cover over those 2 connectors, this major task about to be completed. Next up for the 2 cosmonauts will be the cleaning of a window on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module.
Камера включена.
The camera is on, activated. waving to each other. Okay, am I going to activate the camera? Yes. We have 25 minutes until the sunset. Guys, so don't deal with the caps yet. But let us do first the cleaning of the window. Okay, copy that. So you will have to position themselves in such a way so that not to prevent the opening of the shutter of the window. Okay, so I deactivated the camera. Unintelligible. So should we close the MLI lab if it is possible at all, or it's hard? I don't think you will succeed to close it fully, though. Yes, I agree. It's not possible to close it fully. Now, we should translate.
Будьте готовы, мы начнем приступать к открытию иллюминатора.
Please be ready. We will start opening the shutter of the window. We are ready for that.
Тогда приступаем к открытию иллюминатора.
All right. So the shutter of the window is being opened. Copy. Alexey, can you see my boot? Everything is fine there? Yes. Yeah, we can see that the shutter is opening right now. It's moving. Yes, we are seeing this too. In order to clean the window. You will be probably have a use of unintelligible.
Я очень хотел попробовать до него дотянуться.
Well, I will try to reach it, but I'm not sure I will be able to.
Попробуем.
I will make a try.
Продолжай так.
So the cover or the shutter is still moving.
Сергей, а тебе ты просто не видишь необходимости использовать щит, или тебе неудобно до него дотянуться?
So,
то можно Алексея попросить, чтобы он тебе его перефиксировал повыше.
Sergey, you know, if you don't think that it is feasible to use it, but it's hard to reach it for you, you can ask Alexey in that case. Well, I can try. I will try to move and to reach it.
Просто под видом куда мне фиксироваться? Туда же мне рука будет держать, у меня рука держит.
You know, I don't know whether we'll be able to do it because I'm holding with this hand.
То можно будет использовать.
Well, you know, again, you can use it if there is a need and you're able to, Sergey.
Снял.
I removed it, retrieved it.
Что ты там держишь? Это корабль. Да, он сверху.
From above, unintelligible.
Добро. Не.
No, don't do it.
А дать сюда, просто дай его. Или само туда надо помощь.
Yeah, you know, maybe to that rail over there. Yeah, secure it at that rail. Yes, thank you.
Так. Сейчас еще раз посмотрю, как будет еще поудобнее.
Yes, I will see, you know, what will be the most comfortable position here.
До места только вот здесь, где я держу.
А для себя?
Да.
За
штангу не нужно держаться.
You know, please don't hold on to the boom. Which boom you're talking about?
За штангу датчика ты сейчас.
Actually, you were holding the sensor boom or rod right now, so don't do this anymore, okay?
Распустите его сначала.
Yeah, I will have to let it go first.
Аккуратнее.
Please be careful.
Не, он не дотягивает. Его распустить.
No, I cannot reach it. I think you should kind of unravel it or release it.
Я не вижу даже дела.
I cannot even see it.
Вот.
Давай, без него.
No, I think we will actually be better without it. So should I put it back?
Так, знаешь, я его сейчас куда попробую. Да, вниз.
Okay, I will try it from here. So that's the configuration. Unintelligible. No, I cannot reach it very well from here. I will try. Okay, should I adjust it? Yes, retract it. That's it, that's it. I guess in such a way, it's important to position it in a correct way. I guess this will be the better configuration. Okay, so now if you have a chance, please prepare cleaning tool number 1 in work. And I will have to swap the tethers and use the small red there, right? Can I use the second red and secure it with it? Yes. Alexey is getting the cleaning tool out of the bag. I am ready. Copy. You know, I have a feeling that from this side it is not contaminated at all, not dirty at all. Okay, so have you secured it? So, you know, the outward appearance of the window, it is clean, right? Yes. Okay, so these kind of traces, they are internal, they are not external. Copy. I am starting the cleaning, yes, from the center towards the sides and the edges. Can you help me here, Alexey? I will try. Yeah, I need my head to be here. Oh, wait. Of course, you know, it makes me bump away when I try to clean. Is that how it should be done?
Это руку помяни. Во.
Here you go. Now it is much better. Now it is comfortable.
Надо спросить у Олега, увидел он что-нибудь там.
I wonder if Oleg saw anything there from inside.
Сам чисто. Я сомневаюсь, что... Я смотрю, есть немного.
Well, actually, you know, there is some dirt on the surface of the tool. Can you see it on the video?
На камеру видно?
Yes, we can. Yeah, there is a little bit of contamination. Yes, it is dirty. Okay, should we use the second one?
Сергей, давай еще раз вот этим протрем.
Sergey, let us first use the first one again. Okay, copy. So I'm putting myself in the position to do the cleaning once again with the first tool. I have started cleaning from the center to the rim. Completed cleaning.
Принято, Сергей.
Copy, Sergey.
Грязный. Да.
Now, please give the cleaning tool to Alexey.
Алексей нам передает чего?
No, we have a different know-how. Alexey will prepare the second one, but or should I stow the first one right away, or should I wait and do it later? Sergey, could you please come again? So should I stow the tool number one later?
Да, пока светло, давайте чуть.
While it is still installation, I guess you should clean while you still have sun at your disposal. So to say, yes, okay, we'll do that. Unintelligible. Okay, it's on the crew log bag. Got it? Let me remove it first. It's ready. Okay, remove your hook first. Unintelligible. Here you go.
Повторяем?
So should we repeat the same action with cleaning? Yes, go ahead.
Течение у нас 5 минут.
And you have just 5 minutes before the sunset.
Так, унесло меня.
Well, I got away a little bit from the window.
Поехали.
Okay, now let's start cleaning.
Так, ну чистовую уже почти.
Well, you know, the second time it's much cleaner, only a little bit of dirt on the edges. So should I repeat the procedure? Yes, it's almost like new, you know, on camera. Okay, should I repeat the cleaning with the second one?
Давай только по краям.
Well, yeah, just do the edges, just do the rims, along the rims. Okay, copy in work.
Yes.
It's complete. Copy, Sergey.
Тогда передаем очиститель Алексею.
Give the cleaning tool to Alexey, the second one as well.
Алексей будет заниматься размещением.
Может, мы сразу тогда и начнем по этой...
Maybe we should perform the procedure, you know, putting them into the food waste bags. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's do that.
Сергей, Алексей, у нас был короткий перерыв связи.
Sergey, Alexey, we had a brief LOS.
Уложили очистители.
We stowed the cleaning tools
Пакет для пищевых отходов 1.
in food waste bag number 1. Copy.
Сергей, Алексей, мы сейчас вам отключим нашлемные камеры.
Sergey, Alexey will deactivate your helmet cameras for them to cool down. And another task for today, you will need to stow caps, connector caps from panel 19 with a wire tie, and you will need to secure those caps to a handrail.
Немного отойдем в сторонку, чтобы
And
крышку иллюминатора.
let's move aside a little bit so we can close the window cover. Copy, moving aside.
Отойдете, как отойдете, скажите, чтобы мы приступили к закрытию.
Once you are clear, please let us know so we can start closing the window cover.
Так, отошли.
Okay, we are clear.
Закрытие иллюминатора.
Copy, we are closing the window cover.
Принято.
Copy. This is Suit IV. I'm commanding to close the window cover. Copy. We are ready. And now you can take a rest.
Наблюдаем движение крышки.
We can see the window covers moving. Copy. Inaudible.
Крышка закрыта.
The window cover is closed. Copy.
И есть предложение закончить сейчас всю операцию с блоком ПВФП и после этого отдохнуть.
And we suggest to finish the steps with the KV-EFP payload and then take a rest.
Принято.
Copy.
Так, может мне пока надо приступить.
Maybe I should start removing the protective covers. Yes,
Да, давай так и сделаем.
this is a good idea. Let's do that.
Рэпы заняты. Нам с крышечками что делать?
What do we do with the caps?
Крышки, которые с 19 платы?
You mean the caps from patch panel 19?
Да.
Yes.
Сначала крышки, потом чехлы.
So we need to first handle the caps, then the covers.
Капкипер.
Can we
Мы бы хотели...
move this and secure near the MLI?
Вот. И на будущее тоже, чтобы на этой зоне крышки оставались.
We want to leave the caps in this area because they've been flying for a long time, and in the future we want the caps to be available. Copy.
У меня один ряд свободен, я, в принципе, могу с этим заниматься. Чехлами.
I actually can start working with the protective covers. Sergey.
Сергей, повтори сейчас.
Sergey, say again.
У меня один ряд свободен, я могу заниматься чехлами.
I have my hands free and I can work with the protective covers for the sensor rods. Yes, you have a go. Copy, in work. Copy.
Редом зафиксировал.
I secured them with red.
Крышечками занимается Алексей, верно?
And Alexey is working with the connector caps, right?
Я проволоку подготовил.
I prepared the wire tie
Буду тоже сматывать их.
and I will soon be ready to start working with that.
Видео отсутствует из того, что камеры остывают.
Because we don't have video from you guys right now, the cameras are cooling down.
Со стороны.
Inaudible. we removed protective covers from 2 sensors. Copy.
Готовим потом к удалению, да?
And we should prepare them for disposal, right? Or should we take them inside? We can take them inside, right? Are you talking about protective covers for the sensor rods? Yes. It will be easier. Okay, let's do whatever's easier.
Тогда я на капкипер фиксирую его. Crew logback.
Then I will stow them into the crew logback. Great. I stowed 1 protective cover.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours, 50 minutes into today's spacewalk. Sergey Ryzhikov and Alexey Zubritskiy have completed the first 2 tasks on today's docket for this 277th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. They have installed and hooked up cable connectors for 2 components of a pulse plasma injector experiment on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module, and have completed the cleaning of one of the windows on Nauka, the multipurpose laboratory module that was launched in the summer of 2021. Next up will be the installation of a new experiment cassette on an experiment that was installed by the 2 cosmonauts back on October 16th on the last spacewalk, that being the molecular epitaxy experiment. They are going to swap out cassettes that will collect data on the behavior of thin materials which are exposed to the low Earth orbit environment of space. The International Space Station, flying from southwest to northeast across the Indian Ocean, about to cross the southern coast of India. The cosmonauts are running ahead of schedule on their timeline for the day. Aside from the replacement of the payload cassette on the molecular epitaxy experiment on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module, the final task, at least planned for today's activities, is the relocation of an external control panel for the European robotic arm that is attached to Nauka. The arm is not being used today, unlike was the case 12 days ago, when both cosmonauts were transported to various work sites at the end of the European robotic arm by cosmonaut Oleg Platonov, who operated the arm from an internal control panel in the Russian segment of the station.
Сергей, Алексей, пошла контроль стыковки КВ-ФП, разъем состыкован успешно.
Sergey, Alexey, we've verified connector mating for KVFP payload. Connectors are mated nominally. Copy. Thank you.
Сняли чехлы защитные с датчиков.
We stowed the protective covers for sensor rods into the crew log bag. Copy.
Выполним передачу. В сети не видно?
Unintelligible.
У меня на большой карабин были две крышки.
I had the caps on the large hook.
Он снизу крепился, а фиксировался вот на этот крюк.
It was attached at the bottom.
Да, вот он, да.
Yes, here it is.
Давай, может быть, куда-то сместимся сюда. Я тоже разложил, да и отошел бы от них.
Yes, let's move aside maybe. Yes, I would do the same.
А потом вернуться разложить.
Inaudible.
И вот туда я сейчас наверх поднимусь.
Алексей, скажи, а как там с крышечками дела обстоят?
Alexey, what's the status of the connector caps?
Пока не приступали мы к крышкам. Им не было доступа, сейчас подвяжем.
We just started working on them. We didn't have access before. Copy.
В руке, да? Да.
Inaudible.
Go.
I have it. I released it. audible. Have it. I released it. So where do I wire tie the caps?
Да, слышно, в любое место, где-нибудь в зоне 19 класс.
This is Mission Control Houston as we now approach the 3-hour mark into today's spacewalk.
Bracket or a handrail nearby.
The two cosmonauts, Sergey Ryzhikov in the third spacewalk of his career, and Alexey Zubritskiy in the second spacewalk in his career, are about 12 minutes ahead of the timeline as they work to install a brand new experiment cassette in the molecular epitaxy experiment that the two cosmonauts installed on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module back on October 16th. They will remove an existing experiment cassette that has gathered data for the past 2 weeks, replace it with a brand new cassette that will continue data collection on the results of that experiment. Earlier, the two cosmonauts installed 2 different components associated with the pulse plasma injector experiment, which is a scientific instrument designed to inject pulsed plasma into space for data collection on geophysical effects that may be used one day for improved performance of rocket engines. The 2 components of the experiment were installed on different ends of the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module, and a series of cable connectors were hooked up. That experiment is up and running now. And they just completed the cleaning of a window pane on Nauka.
Время ВКД 3 часа ровно.
The elapsed time is 3 hours.
Принято.
Copy.
Алексей подвязал проволоку с крышками за...
Alexey secured the caps On the bracket between handrails 45-30 and 31. Okay, now we need to deploy the sensor rods of the KV-AFP payload. Copy. I'm in position near the rod. Copy. I mean near the locking button. I'm ready to press the button. I'm ready as well. I pressed it. I'm holding. Inaudible. Okay, we moved the sensor rod 180 degrees.
This is Mission Control Houston as the two cosmonauts continue to work outside the Russian segment of the station at the 3-hour 5-minute mark in today's spacewalk. Other work is proceeding inside the International Space Station at this hour. Japanese astronaut Kimiya Yui of the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency and NASA's Zena Cardman are reviewing procedures for tomorrow's robotic work that will culminate a 3.5-day journey of the brand new JAXA HTV X1 cargo craft that is en route to the station carrying 4.4 tons of supplies and experiments for the Expedition 73 crew. Yui will be the prime operator of the Canadarm2 robotic arm as the HTV X1 climbs up the radial vector. Basically, that's the imaginary line drawn between the station and the Earth, moving up very slowly but surely towards a point about 30 feet away from the robotic arm's end effector. Yui will reach out with the arm and grapple a grapple fixture on the new cargo craft to complete its journey. Cardman will back him up as they operate from a robotic workstation in the cupola. Once the grapple is complete, that is scheduled for 10:50 a.m. Central Time tomorrow morning, Yui and Cardman will hand over robotic chores to the robotics officer here in Mission Control in Houston, who will maneuver HTV X1 to its installation position on the Earth-facing side of the Harmony module of the International Space Station.
I told you, Alex.
Once installed on the common berthing mechanism on the nadir side of Harmony, HTV X1 will be bolted into place for a 3-month stay at the International Space Station. The astronauts on board the station will open the hatch to HTV X1 on Thursday to begin unloading its cargo.
I switched off the camera after taking photos. Copy.
HTV X1 is making its way toward the station, having executed a pre-programmed series of rendezvous burns to raise its altitude to match that of the International Space Station for the final phase of the rendezvous operations that will begin early Wednesday morning. We will be providing coverage of the rendezvous and capture of HTV X1 on our YouTube channel on Wednesday morning beginning at 8:05 a.m. Central Time, 9:05 a.m. Eastern Time.
EV2 is done with the photos. The camera is switched off. Copy.
Meanwhile, back to the EVA that's ongoing at the 3-hour, 8-minute mark as Ryzhikov and Zubritskiy wrap up the final work in the installation of the payload components for the pulse plasma injector experiment and begin work with the swap out of payload cassettes on the molecular epitaxy experiment that they installed on their last spacewalk 12 days ago.
Especially, it's very good to move a large bundle.
Будьте готовы, будем продолжать.
When you're ready, we'll continue. Copy. All right, on your go. I am ready. Let's take a short break. I need to give some rest to my hands because, like, to be able to perform small movements the best. And we should probably change it out so that I need to get closer. And I can talk a little bit. Sergey, can you hear me? Do you want to switch spaces? To switch places? I don't see any liner on my side. And the air arm is on this side, on your side. Honestly, this is a very interesting setup here for all the scientists. So for Ekran M, do we have Sergey here with us? Yes, I'm here. So, what do you want me to know about Ekran M? No, I'm just saying that what we're seeing here is like super neat for the scientists and researchers to see, because you can actually see some dust, and then there is unintelligible that is not secured, and there is like very little space. I don't know what to even like do it here. I can try and maybe like reach my hand in there. And honestly, from the standpoint of working inside the unit, we have very little space. Okay, we're standing by for your helmet cameras to turn on. And if
на глифе.
You can take some imagery of the magnets.
Ну, кабель светильники подсвечивают.
Yeah, and the headlamps do give us a little bit of light.
Не выйдем из тени.
So
Приступать к работе.
we're not going to do anything while we are still
Вот, принято.
in orbital night. And it's 4 minutes to sunrise.
Сергей, Алексей, мы ожидаем.
Sergey, Alexey, we are standing by for your helmet cameras to turn on.
Пока что мы вас наблюдаем через 9 иллюминатор.
And for now, we can see you through window 9.
Да, наблюдаем ваше приветствие.
Okay, we see you wave.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
Сергей, ну вот
And Sergey,
из тех инструментов, которые
so
принесли, что-то может все-таки пригодиться.
do you think any of the experiments that you
Кипер пригодился.
anything that
Я имею в виду по извлечению подложки.
Изучение имеется с Алексея стороны, ему виднее там. Но там
so
работает прищепка.
Прищепка, да?
С вашей стороны торчит что-то. Нет, с моей ничего не торчит. Моей тоже. Нужно сначала определиться, что захватывать, потому что визуально все находится за позицией. И вот это, сейчас камеры включите, но с этого увидите состояние, потому что какой-то обруч в верхней части подвозок не зафиксирован. Это штатная стоит. Сейчас резиновая прокладочка, да. Да, это над прокладкой.
all right, we need to
Выскочил.
get the line out of there. Copy.
По поднятию кассеты
Until you lift up the cassette,
будет в этом необходимость?
do you think that there may be a need to do that?
Визуально. Сейчас пока не сильно понятно. 5 подвозок.
So
Все
we see 5 liners there. They're all stowed in the cassette. Cassette.
В кассете, правильно?
So the liners are in the cassette. Affirmative.
Ну, я бы сказал, что я наблюдаю только 2 подвозки.
Well, I would say that I can see only 2.
Ну,
Why?
я так понимаю, подвозка должна крепиться.
Well, it needs to be secured to the base,
Переносит ее.
right?
А подложка должна на основании.
Right. It should be, the liner should be attached to the base. So 6 bases and 6 liners, correct? That is correct. And I see only 2 liners there.
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours 18 minutes into today's spacewalk. An excellent view of the 2 Roscosmos cosmonauts, Station Commander Sergey Ryzhikov on the right, wearing the suit bearing the red stripes, Alexey Zubritskiy on the left, wearing the suit with the blue stripes, as they are currently working on the removal and replacement of experiment cassettes on a molecular beam epitaxy experiment that was installed on the International Space Station's Nauka multipurpose laboratory module during their last excursion outside 12 days ago.
Were attached by the pin.
The station is currently flying over the Northwest Pacific Ocean, about to move from northwest to southeast in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator.
So we count from the top, number 3 and 4, plus like locations 3 and 4 have 2 liners. All other ones have only 1.
Алексей, несет.
Alexey,
Сейчас мы осмотрим.
give us a second to have a look.
Алексей, сейчас мы посмотрим повнимательнее.
Да.
Alexey,
Могу камеру еще попробовать повращать.
we can turn the camera a little bit.
The removal and replacement of these experiment cassettes for the molecular beam epitaxy experiment
Alexey,
involves the release of several sets of connectors. The cassette that has been collecting data for the past 12 days will be put into a crew lock bag and brought back inside the station to be brought back to Earth for analysis. The new cassette to be installed will be reconnected in the experiment instrument to continue collecting data for that newly installed experiment.
we'll still have to stand by and wait for the sunrise. There we go. Are you moving the arm? Yes, we are. Tell me, what about this ring? Is it a wire tie? So it's basically like a rubber seal there at the very bottom. And most likely it's a basically just like a rubber gasket. All right, and it's completely attached. So, should we proceed, or do you want us to stand by? What about this view? Can you see it better now? We can. Sergey, so during our training, we discussed that we can lift it up by about 10 centimeters, and if we do, I think it will be much more visible. And they're telling me that it is in the correct removed position right now. So let me get the camera as close as possible there. Yeah, but the caps are in the way. I am basically like all the way up to as far as I can go and as close as I can get. Alexey, tell us, did you manage to take imagery during orbital day? Well, we haven't done it yet, but we can. Let us do the imagery, and then we already have some recommendations for you what to do next. And Sergey, take the imagery on your end as well. Okay, well, I did it already, but I am happy to do it again. Sergey, Alexey, the recommendations are going to be as follows. When you are done with the imagery, then secure it with a medical clamp and then bite it off. After that, we're going to be watching how the cassette folds. I see a small bolt. Here, at the top, at the very top of the cassette, in the corner, there is a small bolt.
Approaching the 3.5-hour mark into today's spacewalk, the view from Alexey Zubritskiy's helmet camera as he works with Sergey Ryzhikov, the station commander, in just reviewing the procedures to remove and replace an experiment cassette in the molecular beam epitaxy experiment that they installed 16 days ago during their previous spacewalk.
Where we have all the liners in the cassette. Sergey. So, do you think anything is going to be in the way of the cassette folding? Then we are not going to do anything specific. We can cut through this rubber gasket or seal, but try to minimize any contact with the elements inside. All right? This is basically a micro-surgical operation. Put it in work. Do you see it on your cameras? Like at the there is a side liner, and it seems like there is like a small piece, a broken off piece. It has a roundish part And the size is about 3 centimeters or maybe 2.5 centimeters, maybe like 4 by 2 centimeters. Alexey, we don't have a very clear image. Do you think this little piece or broken off piece is going to be in the way of folding or closing the cassette? Well, it depends on how it closes and how it behaves, because if it's lying flat, then it's no problem, but if it's not, then it's not. Okay, let us try and close the cassette. If it closes, then we're good to go. All right, sounds good. We'll try. And the SMEs are telling me that the cover is secured with magnets and nothing else. So be very careful with the cover as well. So don't like hit it with any metal tools or anything like that. Copy? Do you have the tweezers ready? Yeah. And let's do it in our EVA gloves. Sergey, let's say we managed to grab onto that liner, by lifting it up with the tweezers, pincers, and then cut through it. So what should we do next? Do you mean what you should be doing with the tweezers? Hold on, let me talk to the specialist what they want us to do. Well, tweezers should be discarded. Off they go. Sergey, in any case, you will have to do your best and put this rubber gasket or rubber seal into the trash bag. And the tweezers as well, right? Nope. That thing you take with you. Okay, understood. Alright, let's try to wrestle with that rubber gasket, and then we'll decide what to do with the tweezers. Let me give it another go. And I'll secure myself a little bit better. we give it a go? Let's do it.
Сергей, Алексей.
Sergey?
Такой для удобства поменяться.
Alexey?
Зажимы. С наших картинок как будто бы...
What do you think would work best? Do you want to Well, we will have to go back into the crew log bag. And it's a little bit too late. So the Dynacut is not an option now. And I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference. Yeah, this does look like a surgery or a brain surgery. All right, I managed to grab onto it. What if I remove it like this? Because it is removable. Great, I have removed it. Wonderful. Now, we can move the cassette down. And we can put it in the trash bag. Food trash bag. So, basically, you remove it, and Alexey is going to be watching the cassette and how it's going down. Sergey, could you please repeat? So, can it actually move down a little bit with the cover open? Yes, with the cover open. So, tell me, is there anything that stands in the way of the cassette going down or inward? Unintelligible? So, Sergey, then you are in charge of that rubber seal, and Alexey, watch the cassette. Do you want me to... will you remind me when the movement starts?
Вот тот осколок, про который я говорил, вылетел.
And, do you see it? So we see that little piece in the corner between the cassette. Do you see it? Can you see it? What do you want us to do with it? And, hold on. Give us a second. We'll discuss it on our end and give you the recommendations. So you don't want us to do anything with this little cracked piece, like this broken off piece or shard. No, don't do anything with it. Copy. And okay, I have it stowed in the food trash bag.
Сергей, но мы этот еще пакет тоже оставим снаружи возле выходного люка.
Понимаю, конечно.
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours, 40 minutes into today's spacewalk. The view from Alexey Zubritskiy's helmet camera as he and Sergey Ryzhikov work outside the Russian segment of the International Space Station. You can see Ryzhikov at the top of your screen wearing the Russian Orlan suit with the red stripes. The two cosmonauts are in the early stages of the removal and replacement of an experiment cassette in the molecular beam epitaxy experiment that they installed on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module 12 days ago during their last spacewalk on October 16th. The two cosmonauts are working to find the right tools with which to remove the experiment cassette in the molecular beam epitaxy experiment that has been collecting data for the past 2 weeks. Their intent is to replace it with a brand new payload cassette to continue gathering such data. While the two cosmonauts continue to work outside in this 277th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, inside the station, Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Kimiya Yui and NASA astronaut Zina Cardman have completed a review session with robotics officers here in Mission Control in advance of the arrival of the new JAXA HTV X1 cargo craft tomorrow, which will be captured by the use of the Canadarm2 robotic arm operated by Yui, backed up by Cardman, as they operate the arm from inside the cupola workstation. The two crew members will reach out when the HTVX has arrived at a point about 30 feet away from the station, following a 3.5-day rendezvous, testing its systems, a number of far-field and near-field demonstration tests that will clear the way to prove the HTVX's capability to process data through its GPS systems, its rendezvous sensors, and to perform an approach and abort capability in the unlikely event a systems issue would require the HTVX to back away from the station during the final phase of its rendezvous. The HTV systems have been operating well, with no significant issues being reported, as it closes in for a capture tomorrow morning at 10:50 a.m. Central Time, 11:50 a.m. Eastern Time.
Okay, so I have this scroll of
We'll be providing continuous coverage of the rendezvous and capture of HTVX-1 beginning at 8:05 a.m. Central Time, 9:05 a.m. Eastern Time on Wednesday morning.
Наблюдаешь движение?
Can you see the movement, Alexey? It's very slow, yes, but there it is. Copy. Okay, the movement continues. The first pad is copy, Alexey.
Надо было, наверное, не снимать. Надо было не снимать прокладку.
I guess this pad should not have been removed because it was, providing the tighteners, I guess.
We are in a handover between satellites on our tracking and data relay satellite system. We'll get the downlink video back from the station momentarily. This view from a balcony camera in the Russian Mission Control Center's International Space Station Flight Control Room in the town of Korolyov outside of Moscow.
Yeah, Alexey, we had a short LOS. Yes, now we copy you, Moscow. The movement has stopped. So no movement right now. One of the pads unintelligible. Now the second one at the same level as the casing.
Сергей, подскажи, пожалуйста, вот эта крышка...
Sergey, and this cover should stay here in the hardware, or it should be retrieved together with the cassette. You mean the one on magnets? I will ask the specialists. Stand by. No, this cover remains on the hardware. Copy.
Back with our view from the helmet camera of the cosmonauts as they work to try to extract the payload cassette in the molecular beam epitaxy experiment that they installed on the station's Nauka module back on October 16th.
Can you see the movement, guys? Not yet. Copy. I can see the movement now. Copy.
подложки.
3 pads in the cassette now. Copy.
Подложки.
4 underlying pads in the casing. Copy.
Следующая подложка самая главная.
The next one will be the most important one.
Не кажется, что зазор есть определенный? С той стороны есть зазор? Между...
Well, there should be a gap here. So do you have the gap on the other side, Alexey? Yes. On my side it is semicircular. We can see the movement.
Sergey, Alexey.
Sergey, Alexey, we had a short LOS.
Движение пошло на пятую подложку.
So what about the 5 underlying pad? Has it? Is the movement started? Has the movement started? Yes, it's in process. Copy.
Пятая поравнялась с корпусом.
Now it is in the same level as the housing.
С моей стороны вот эта крышка, она выступает.
On my side, this cover is extended
Очень плотно.
a little bit over the housing. Copy.
Эта крышка, это часть мэлэ.
Well, this actually is part of the equipment, this cover. Yeah, but it you know, it is misaligned a little bit, towards me.
Разработчики говорят, что в конце она центруется.
Developers are telling me that at the end it will be in the center. Okay.
Sergey, Alexey, пока она...
Sergey, Alexey, while the pad is moving, could you please assess when you change out the cassette, will the cover be in the way. So, you know, is it possible to do it in parallel while the cover is moving? You will be able to work with the cassette. Just assess this possibility. Well, we can try on the crossbar. Unintelligible. I think we will manage.
Alexey, а можешь...
Now, Sergey in Moscow, we will try. Can you show us the cassette, how it looks from inside? Could you please put your camera aside so that we could look inside? Of course, we have information here on the telemetry on the ground that the cassette is assembled. Yeah, now we can see it. That is everything good with the cassette. You know, it looks covered, but it doesn't look to be in place, in location. Well, developers are telling that everything is fine. Okay, copy. Sergey, Alexey, that's it. So now close, we are starting to close the cover. And you will remove the plug from the housing, the one that is installed on the crossbar, in the crossbar. Okay, copy. Can I switch off the camera? Yes, you're going to switch off the camera. Copy. So the cover started to close, so the movement has started.
Sergey, страхуем заглушку.
Please secure the cap. Sergey, I'm securing it. Unintelligible. I don't understand what is the matter. Okay, I will secure the cap with a small red. Copy. Sounds good. I have secured it. Copy, Sergey. Now, the tab should be shifted to the side, and please monitor. The tab is open, actually. Copy. Then release the stopper on the hold down handle. Done. And now retrieve the cap. I'm retrieving the cap.
This is Mission Control Houston. We've just passed the 4-hour mark in today's spacewalk. The two cosmonauts, Sergey Ryzhikov and Alexey Zubritskiy, are continuing to work to remove and replace an experiment cassette in the molecular beam epitaxy experiment that they installed on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module back on October 16th.
The driver number 1 that is installed right now.
Earlier in the spacewalk, the two cosmonauts completed the installation of 2 experiment components for a pulse plasma injector experiment on Nauka, cleaned a window pane on the outside of Nauka, and now we're in the process of replacing this payload cassette for the molecular beam epitaxy experiment. One more task on the plan for today is the relocation of an external control panel for the European robotic arm that is attached to the multipurpose laboratory module.
What's happening with the big hook?
Пока что просто страхуем кассету.
Just secure the cassette and stand by for our next recommendation. The cassette is secured. Copy. It's safe.
Приступаем к расстыковке разъема.
Now disconnect the connector, please. We made it.
This cassette replacement work was always considered to be the most time-consuming portion of today's spacewalk. The two cosmonauts are in the process of tethering the older experiment cassette that has collected about 2 weeks worth of data before undertaking the installation of the new cassette that will continue to collect experiment data over the course of the next several weeks. This is the third spacewalk for Sergey Ryzhikov in his career, the second for Zubritskiy, the 277th in support of space station assembly maintenance and upgrades, the fifth conducted out of the International Space Station this year.
The connector is in the Lirka clip. Copy. The next activity. On the cassette will be deferred because we will wait for the closure of the cover, and in the meantime you can prepare the cassette with the driver number 2, installing it in the crossbar. I will see whether it's on the way. And if the safety tether is in the way, no, the cassette will be actually in the way. To retrieve the cassette number 1 and put it into the cover. Right now, I have a very favorable position. But if I put the cassette, I won't be able to reach it. Alexey, copy all. So the cover is moving right now, so please take a breather, okay? Copy. We can see that, we can see the movement. Visually, the cover stopped moving. It is closed. Copy. Please release the handle of the hold down of the cassette. Okay, it is released. Copy. And retrieve the cassette. No, it will be more comfortable for me. Okay, yes, so you can hold the handle right now from me. Take it from me. Okay, now let me position myself comfortably here. I am ready. Stand by. Sergey, Alexey, we had a short LOS. Okay, now I have to rotate first and then insert. Yes, that's correct. So you have retrieved the cassette from the niche? Yes, that's correct. Now we are installing the cap. Okay, go ahead. Copy, you're installing the caps. I need to give it another push. Not yet. It wouldn't go there, wouldn't reach. We are not receiving video, guys. Could you please provide the running commentary? What's happening? We're trying to install the cassette into the head, but there is just half centimeter gap there. It would not reach the hard stop. I think it is almost there. No, not yet. Okay.